all good. Oh, and just in time. We're about to see Cranky get his revenge here. Let me see. The audio levels seem to be okay. Let me go ahead and just turn down the game a little smidgen. Okay, I think that's good. I'm sort of in the yellow here. The game is well in the green. Oh, look at that. Look at those. Look at those revolutionary effects. Okay, so as you can see, I do have a 101% file. I kept that on here specifically so I'd be able to prove to you guys that I've done it before. Just in case we don't have enough time to totally do a completionist run. Let's go ahead and erase game. We're going to go ahead and erase that one. Pick it. Alright. Man, I would have... it would be cool... Nah, I'm not going to do it. I was thinking just now of trying to invite Nom into a two-player game with me on his Switch, but I'll just do one player. Maybe next time. Maybe we'll do that in July when the actual Donkey Kong 40th anniversary kicks off. Go ahead and turn down the game on my headphones here so it doesn't come through the microphone. So first step is Congo Jungle. Going to Jungle Hijinks. Alright, and there he is, our main man, Donkey Kong the Third. Nobody knows where his father is. He's one of those Mexican kids who was raised by their grandparents. And here's Diddy. Let's go check out the Horde. Oh no. King K. Rool stole all the crystal coconuts. Don't be so upset, Donkey. Right, first, we're gonna go in the shack and get an extra life. There we go. So, basic how to play tutorial here. B is jump. Y is roll. Is your roll attack. And select is to switch between the characters. Now, there isn't really a whole lot of difference in this one between the two characters, except that Diddy is a little more agile. And Donkey Kong he's able to take on the stronger enemies, and he also has, oh, there's a duck. He also has, let's see, the banana slammer. At least that's what I call it. So that technique is kind of a technique that I don't think a lot of players actually use when they play this game. The vibe I get, oh, I didn't notice that on the picture, the little shark or whatever is swimming. But yeah, a lot of players don't really seem to use Donkey Kong's hand slam technique very much. But it is actually pretty useful. It's useful if you're a more cautious player and you just kind of want to take things slow and avoid get an extra banana and avoid any sort of like really daring maneuvers. All right, just took out General Clump. That, nope. I hate these guys. They always get me. There. Get the ostrich. I forgot the name of the ostrich in this game. I always remember the other ones. I never remember the ostrich. So here's Rambi. He does that. Go through here and get the secret. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. here. Okay, so I'm going to show this off real quick. So, switching to Diddy. Clump, get back here. Clump, you fat bastard, get over here. So, see, Diddy can't take out Clump by jumping. Clump, get back here. But he can do that. Now, Krusha, the stronger one that we'll meet later, Diddy can't do anything to him. He can't roll into him. He can't jump on him. He can't do anything. So you have to use like a dynamite barrel or Donkey Kong. There we go. I think I got it. There. See? The trick is to jump when the symbol right before it appears. Okay, cool. I still have Rambi. There we go. Get lost Clump. Alright. And let's see. There is a bit of a secret here. There, some bananas. Oh, yeah. And we did it. First level cleared. Okay, and before we continue, excuse me. As you can see at the top of the screen, there's an exclamation point. Now, there's a lot of players who don't know what the exclamation points mean. The exclamation points mean that you found all the bonus rooms in the level. It doesn't mean you completed the level. So that's what I always thought as a kid. I didn't, maybe I just didn't read the manual, or I didn't, or whatever. If that was even in the manual, but that's how you know if you 100%ed the level. So we're gonna go back here, and the reason we're going back here, wait, why did I come back here? Oh yeah, that's right. So I'm just gonna show off a couple tricks before we proceed. So Jungle Hijinks is the level they expect you to come back to pretty frequently in order to get like extra lives and stuff. So we're gonna see if I can do it. There we go. Stick to the trees. Roll, jump. If you press the jump button while you're rolling, you can get some good air. Damn. That. Okay, so here's what. Oh, yeah, and when you lose your buddy, you just find the DK barrel and summon him back. Go over here. So this is what I wanted to do. So here's another trick. Right, so here's the steel barrel. And these are the steel barrels don't blow up when you throw them. What you gotta do is that. Look at them go. And you just keep going. It'll stop eventually. Yep, there we go. Clever. Now that we're out, jump up. That barrel will take care of him. And let's see, we got a few extra lives. How many bananas do we got? Oh, okay. Over here, jump up, get the bananas again. Okay, so before, when we were here earlier, you must have seen the bananas come out of the ground when I landed on them with Rambi. So there's a lot of little secrets like that, as far as like hidden bananas go. So sometimes what you got to do is see. Come on, there. So that's another use for DK's little ground pound thing. Dun 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 dun. Okay, and we got the armadillos. It's usually best to use DK to take care of them, but you can still take care of them with Diddy. What was this for again? I forget. Blow them up. So go up here. Jump up, jump up, jump up. Huh, I guess there wasn't anything there. Go ahead and give Diddy a shot here. So, yeah, that's what happens. But you can still take care of them with Diddy. You just have to... it just takes an extra hit, and you just have to make sure that you don't accidentally bounce off into a pit. There. Bananas. Golden Ramby. Yeah, and you can't roll into them first try either. Now watch this. Don't worry, just jump down. And there you go, there's your secret. Okay, and yeah, some of the Kong letters are hidden in the bonus rooms. The only thing the Kong letters do in this game is they just give you an extra life. Yeah, we just skipped all that crap. Take that. So if I remember right, that's supposed to be that. Ha! Golden frog. Care of you. Get up here. Get the Kong. Anything over here? Actually, let's check. Do some digging for me, DK. No? Nothing. Okay, we're out. Oh boy, let's go see Grandpa Cranky. Sure beats a visit from Mrs. Kong. Or that would be Wrinkly Kong, I believe. That was when we had real gameplay, that was. So, with Cranky here, he doesn't really do much in the game. Cranky is much more useful in the sequels, and certainly in Tropical Freeze. But here, his main job is just to complain and then give you like a slight hint. Yeah, see, so the whole idea is that you can skip through this anytime, but if you stick around and let him scold you and smack DK on the head, he'll give you a tip or something. Alright, so we're done with that. Let's go to the caves. Wait, hold on. Okay, so Ropey Rampage, we didn't get an exclamation point. So we didn't find all the rooms. What we're going to be doing here is we're going to just play through the game first and foremost. Just trying to just beat all the levels. We'll get to the end. And if there's a little bit of time left by the time I beat it, because it takes me about somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 4 hours to beat this game, we will then just go right ahead and if we have enough time, we'll just go ahead and go back to all the levels and get the 100% or the 101%. Woohoo! Jump up. auto barrel time. Jump up. Oh! That. Alright. Later B. And there's the checkpoint barrel. I think I can get at this, yeah. I'm good. Oh yeah, and here's another secret. Just avoid these guys. Break that. Most of the bonus areas in this game, the thing is, when I play the first Donkey Kong Country, I don't really try too hard to get all the bonus rooms, because sometimes, for one thing, the bonus rooms can sometimes feel a bit like they can feel like a side detour, that they can kind of feel like they break up some of the pacing of the level as it is. And that's because this one, compared to the other two on the Super Nintendo, this one's more designed as a linear experience. Whereas Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Conquest, and Donkey Kong Country 3, Dixie's Double Trouble, they put a lot more emphasis on exploration, especially the third game. The third game, I think, gets... The third game is probably the one game in the series, in the original, like out of the original Rare Donkey Kong games, and I think if I guess you could include in that the Donkey Kong Land games on the Game Boy. But the third Donkey Kong Country on Super Nintendo is the most like it's the most like a Rare collectathon out of all the Donkey Kong Country games. And I think some people have a weird resentment towards Donkey Kong Country 3. There's been a trend over the last like decade and a half where people have tried to sort of frame Donkey Kong Country 3 as a huge disappointment. And I think that's just completely ridiculous. Donkey Kong Country 3 is probably one of the best games on the Super Nintendo, period. And, like, it was not only one of the last games to come out for the system, it was also extremely successful. It was reviewed very well at the time of release. And a lot of players really liked it. It was just... It was one of those games that after a while, there was sort of a general consensus that developed among players that it was somehow bad. And I would compare it probably to something like Final Fantasy VIII in that regard, where there's a kind of like zeitgeist that springs out of nowhere, that shapes like totally shifts the public opinion from a relatively moderate end to this really extreme hot take. But I mean, Donkey Kong Country 3 is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. If anything, I think a lot of people are way too generous when it comes to the previous game, Donkey Kong Country 2. Donkey Kong Country 2 is a great game, but I think that as far as the formula that it's trying to do, the formula that it's trying to pull off... Oh, here's the bonus area. So you just got a quick explanation here. Just collect all of these, and you'll get tons of extra lives. That's really all there is to it. Every time you collect the 3 golden animals, you have to play through their respective bonus stages. But yeah, anyway, Donkey Kong Country 2 is just fine. There's nothing wrong with it as a game, but I definitely think that it feels like it overstays its welcome a little bit, because it's trying so hard to up the ante. So from Donkey Kong Country 1. They really wanted with Donkey Kong Country 2 to be able to say that they had way more content in it than Donkey Kong Country 1, and they really wanted. Oh, cool, perfect 600. And they really wanted also to make it harder, which I have no problem with. This game is like the first game is. Once you learn all the levels and stuff, it is pretty easy to play through it, and it can be relatively short as a result, which is why I'm playing it tonight. But a good one, Isabel. But the problem with Donkey Kong Country 2 is that most people who play it and say that it's the best one in the series, ask them when was the last time that they played it past the third world. Because I guarantee you that most people who say Diddy's Conquest is the best one, and that Donkey Kong Country 3 is inferior to it, I guarantee you they rarely ever actually play it all the way through from beginning to end, let alone try to 100% it. And so I think that the problem with the second game is just that it's just that some of the levels after the third world start to feel like bullshitty, and there's a lot of cases where, as far as the bonus rooms, because in Donkey Kong Country 2, oh yeah, here's Funky's flights. So all Funky does here is he just lets you travel between the different maps. We don't really need to use him right now, but I thought I'd go ahead and see him anyway, just because his music's really good. Yep, just came back. If you guys see Candy on your travels, tell her I'll give her surfing lessons anytime. Don't mess with DK's girl, Funky. He fucking piece of shit. But what was I talking about before? Right. With Donkey Kong Country 2, its real issue is it suffers from that trend. Like I said, it was especially popular during this time when the new technology of like the Super Nintendo and stuff let you make games that were much bigger than anything that was available on older systems like the NES and the 8-bit and Commodore 64 era games. And so they really tried their hardest to go all out, and I think in just some respects just doesn't feel... It just feels like, oh, okay, this is a bonus. Here's what you need to do. You need to, if you want the real ending of the game, you have to go out of your way and try to find these obscure bonus rooms where they're all like the same three things. And oh, cool, more lives. And here's on top of that, not only do you have to go out of your way to find this bonus area, but you also, like, if you want the complete ending, right, you also have to try to find it when we put it in this obscure place that literally nobody on Earth, especially not a small like 8-year-old, is going to ever be able to find unless they bug their mom to buy them the $13 official Nintendo's Player's Guide. And that's my main problem with Donkey Kong Country 2 is that you can tell it's very much designed to be a Nintendo Power kind of to rip off AVGN's lingo a bit. It's definitely designed to be a Nintendo Power game, as he would call it. And so I think that those kinds of things sort of bog down the game a bit, for me at least. While the third one, it feels more balanced, and everything feels much more like tightly designed as like a web. So I mean that's I think Donkey Kong Country 3 gets way too much flack for literally no reason whatsoever. There was one review I saw on YouTube of Donkey Kong Country 3 that I thought was really good. What was the guy's name? Crap, I can't remember it. I don't know. Maybe I'll look it up later. I'll probably I'll post it in the Discord server later if I find it. Because I thought he did a whole review of each one, but his review of Donkey Kong Country 3 was one of the better ones I've seen, where it wasn't just, like, oh, well, everybody agrees that the game is bad, so I'll just repeat whatever, everything everybody on the internet told me I'm supposed to think. Damn it. Oh, that's the first death. Yeah, sorry, can't speak right now. We got 32 lives. We're good. But we're gonna be handicapping ourselves a little bit. And I'll show you what I mean once we get past this first world. Get over here. Did I actually do that? I think I did it. Yeah, I did it. Up. Got it. Okay. And there. Up. Up. I feel like these barrels, I wonder if the barrels in these games, I wonder if they're meant to be something of a response to, like, I wonder if they're meant to be something of a response to, like, Sonic the Hedgehog, because they function a little bit in the same way, right? Like, the loops, like the loop-de-loops in Sonic the Hedgehog, they're pretty pointless in the sense that they're like in Sonic the Hedgehog 2, a lot of the loop-de-loops and everything are meant to be an aesthetic feature. They don't really serve much of a function, because you a lot of times when you're going through those loops, you're not really in control of the character. So I feel like sometimes the barrels, especially the auto barrels, I wonder if maybe they were taking some notes from the Sonic the Hedgehog games. Very Naughty's Lair. How are we on our completionist here? Our completionist status. Huh, okay, pretty good. Oh yeah, Dragon Ball GT. I will say that I wasn't interested in it. I was kind of disappointed with it. But I don't hate it. Like, I just get a little irritated when there's a lot of fans who just can't let go of the fact that it's not canon. But I totally know what you mean. It's a lot of it is the same kind of mindset of, oh well, all these people on the internet told me I'm not supposed to like this, so I guess I don't like it. If you like Dragon Ball GT, you shouldn't feel ashamed to. Sorry, I'm just kind of messing with him now. Like, you shouldn't feel ashamed to put forth your argument. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember seeing that. I never played Fighters, but I know there's a lot of GT references in there. So it's weird. I think maybe honestly the American fans, mostly the American fans, uh, they tend to take they tend to take um, the canon of Dragon Ball much more seriously than the Japanese fan base, and a lot of the people who work on the series, including Toriyama. I don't think they really care that much. The only people I believe who will spend 30 minutes to an hour analyzing every detail in something like Fighters to try to make some sort of coherent timeline out of everything uh, are like are mostly the Americans. That's just that's just my observation. It's the same thing with like fucking Splatoon. The American fan base is totally insane when it comes to Splatoon. I have no problem with the other fan bases, but the Americans just tend to be just they tend to be. It's weird how Japanese people are always framed as the big weirdos, but sometimes it feels to me like the American fans of any Japanese property are usually much more unhinged. Oh yeah, this is Winky. Say hello to Winky. He's probably my favorite of all the animals in this game, just because I like bouncing. And he can take out bees. Boop. Let me get a drink of water before I start before I start the minecart level. Excuse me. All right, so I'm gonna see if I can do this in one go. I have to say, I'm just gonna say this: if you play, if you play the Game Boy Color port of this game, it's the same game. It's actually a very good port. It's a very good port for a Game Boy Color, like complete remake of this game on the Game Boy Color. But the minecart levels in the Game Boy Color version feel like they're 20 times more difficult. And you can ask Nam. Nam does MMOs. One of our friends of the channel. He'll tell you because he saw me trying to. We played it together. He knows. He and I both know that the Game Boy Color version of the minecart level is ridiculously harder for some obscure reason that we don't know. Because I can get through this pretty much with very little problems. Though it might just be because I've played this level so many times growing up. So maybe I just have the Super Nintendo version of of Minecart Carnage memorized to a T. But I mean that's why I was surprised when I kept messing up on the Game Boy Color version, because it's the same level. It's the same layout and everything. Oh. Okay, is that going to be a... is this going to be the domino effect here? I die once and then just keep eating shit the whole stream? I hope not. Okay. Alright, there are the critters. Up. They're tricky ones. Up. And there's another one. Up. Ah, that always happens. Alright, up. Palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. Oh. Oh. Cool. Only one death. I'm glad. I would have hated to get stuck on the minecart level. Let's bounce together. Bounce. Bounce. No. Up. Doop. Doop. Up. Doop. Doop. Up. Doop. 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 Up. Doop. Doop. Up. Alright, I'm done with you. I'm bored of you. Banana slammer. There we go. And take that, B. All right, roll this over here. Up. 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 Gotta be careful there. All right, got my little buddy. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. There's a secret right here, and I'm supposed to use that barrel. Crap. Just roll it. Oh, that was nice. All right, checkpoint. So wait, you gotta wait right here. This is what you want to do. Just wait and push it over here. You want to get up here so you can get the last letter, or not the last letter, but you need the G is easy enough to get, but the N is hidden up here, and you can only get it if you move that tire onto the platform. So go in here, get our friend Winky. So if we hadn't pushed the tire, we would have had to go through the underground section there. Now, what you really want to do is you really want to try to keep Winky available right here, because there's lots of bees and lots of platforms and stuff. The only thing that they do that sucks is no fuck. Oh, whatever. Go ahead and go through here. At least I can show it off. Yep. Ah. Up. There. You have to be careful with the tires, because if you don't press... You have to press the jump button at the right moment to get that extra air, but if you miss it by just like a fraction, then you're not going to jump. You're not going to jump as high as you really need to. And that's what I was trying to say is the problem is right here. The best thing you can have is a situation where you keep Winky so you can take out the bees, but you have to do it on these tires. And for some reason, it's a little harder to get the timing right when you're on Winky, when you're on the frog. Damn it. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and do this again. We already got the end, so it's not a big deal. Just have to go through here. Oop, oop, oop. All right. And his hitbox, Winky's hitbox is a little funny. You have to just get a good sense of what his hitbox is like. All right. Doop. Are you... Let's try this again. All right. So just gotta let me practice on you guys. Okay. The hitboxes in this game are all pretty flexible. Just because everything is a highly compressed 3D model or animation. Using the latest, at the time, in silicon graphics technology. Okay, got you. Alright. I think we're gonna do it. Huh. I think we got it. Yep. Give me that. Push this tire. So here is another case. So there's the barrel. There's the bonus barrel. Got it. I think this is the last room. There. I think that... Oh no, I must have missed one. Oh well, gotta... I think that's... Yeah, that's the one level we've died on the most so far. And here we are at Stop and Go Station. I actually really like this level. Just because we get to see our good friends, the Rock Crocs. I was about to say something else. Look at him go. He's like, oh, I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna grab you. And now he's back to sleep. Here, so they wake up. Stop. Okay. Boop. Boop. Just have to race against their timer. Jump. Bam. Ow. That. Just steamrolling through this level. Oh wait. Here's where you gotta use your mid-roll jump technique. Ooh. Now you can't kill them with barrels. This barrel is for something else. So they're expecting a new player to throw the barrel at them, but it's not gonna work. So you just go over here and you use it right there. That. And we're out. I think there's one other bonus area. Was it up here? Oh, yeah. So, I think it's over here. Ah, shit. Is the bonus up here? Yep, there it is. Dang. There. Jump, 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 jump. I hear Diddy, but I don't see Diddy. Okay, run. Get that. Get that. Push it over here. Get that. And out. But let me go back for just a second. So I think it's every other level. I don't think it's every level. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it's like every other level. Uh, they have secrets that let you skip past the level. So you just, for this one, you just run over here to the left, and here you are. You're right at the end. So you just do that all over. That's their little what's the word? Gift to new players who are a little more exploratory. But I didn't want to do that because I actually like playing that level. Now, the Japanese version of this game, believe it or not, hello Candy. The Japanese version of this game, believe it or not, is actually easier. They made the Japanese version easier with more, I believe, more warp barrels, more warp things, and lower difficulty ceiling or something. I'm not really sure what makes the what all the things are in the what all the differences are in the Japanese version. But I know that it was purposely made easier for Japanese players, which is strange because I think a lot of people would assume it was the opposite. But in fact, when Nintendo and Rare were developing this game together, it was kind of a demand that the game be a little on the easier side. For accessibility. That's what Nintendo wanted. And then with the second one, they let Rare go a little more, I would say sometimes a little overboard. But it's weird to think of this game actually having an easy mode because it's really not that difficult as it is. So I don't really understand why this version of the game wouldn't be just as accessible to Japanese players as American ones. I don't know. But anyhow, the handicap I was mentioning. This is what we're going to do. So we just saved. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to reset the game. And I've got to go ahead and wait. Here we are. Cranky playing the old Donkey Kong tune. I didn't notice this until I think a few years ago. I didn't actually notice that he's standing on the steel beams. The steel beams that are in the original Donkey Kong game. I didn't get that reference for the many years that I was familiar with this game. I didn't make that connection. But yeah, so the reason we did this, the reason we reset the game, is because I'll show you real quick. As you can see right there in the corner, our life counter. Our life counter is only 5. So the game is very generous with its lives. You can max out your lives very easily, but once you reset the game, it goes right back to the default 5 lives. And so if you were a small little child, let me go ahead and exit this level, start select. If you were a small child and you thought, oh, I spent half an hour getting 99 lives, or I've spent 15 minutes getting 99 lives, and then you saved, you went to Candy Kong and saved, thinking that you would turn the game on and have all your lives, you'd be very disappointed. And I know because I'm pretty sure I did that when I was small. We'll go ahead and I don't think we need to go back right now. So up here, get up here, come on. And which direction was it? I believe it was this direction, right? Oh yeah, here's Crusher. So over here, yeah, see, Diddy can't roll, can't bounce on him. You have to use DK. There. Or you have to use those. Either one. Boop. Oh, and you can, I think you can just farm bananas on these guys too. Whatever. I think this is the track for these temple stages. I think they might be my my favorite, not my favorite tracks, but one of my favorite tracks in the game. Everybody knows. A lot of people are very familiar and very reverent of Mr. David Wise and his sound and his scores for the Donkey Kong Country games. He also not too long ago he did music for that one game that was sort of an homage to the N64 collectathon platformers, Snake Pass, which I have on my Switch here. He did some tracks for that game soundtrack too, and those are definitely worth a listen. A lot of the same, you can tell it's a lot of they like, yeah, we want, give us some Donkey Kong Country style tracks for our rare collectathon wannabe. Snake Pass is a good game, but it's very apparent what its influences are. Anyhow, speaking again on the controversy, the scandal, if you will, around Donkey Kong Country 3, a lot of people have also said that the music is not as good because David Wise didn't do the music for the third game. They had moved him over to another project. And so the music was mostly handled by, what was her name? Evelyn, I think I'm pronouncing it right. Evelyn Novakovic. Or Novakovic or Novakovic. Not sure which one it is, but she did the music for the third game. And the thing is, she had also helped with the soundtracks for the previous games. She has credits on the sound design and the music for this game too. So she knew what the sound, what the game needed to sound like, just as well as anyone could. And I personally think that Donkey Kong Country 3 soundtrack is just fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's like, what are you fucking comparing it to? That's what you have to ask. Like, what, when you say, oh well, Donkey Kong Country 3 is bad, or its music is bad, like what other games are you comparing it to from that period? I mean, there's the one track I can see a lot of people not really liking is that first track when you're when you're first starting out the game on like the bear docks or whatever they're called, and it has those trumpets playing like very slow, or it's like very slow trumpety, very slow synth trumpets that sound like they're from the Resident Evil director's cut. I can definitely see people not really liking that track very much, but it's supposed to be kind of dopey. It's supposed to sound like that. Most of the other tracks in the game, especially the tracks that are in the tree climbing levels, those tracks are just fine. I don't see, like, if you didn't know that they weren't by David Wise, you wouldn't really recognize that fact, at least not from like the first listen. Just, I don't know, a lot of people just looking for reasons to hate stuff, which I understand. Sometimes it's fun to hate things. God, I hate this. I hate those guys. Ah. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 3. Got him. Ah! I normally try to get through this stage with Diddy, so I'm a little nervous trying to do it with Donkey Kong because his hitbox is a little bigger and he doesn't build up speed quite as well. But you can still do that. All right, Cranky, drop some science on me. As I take a gulp of my my patented gamer water. What time is it? Oh, it's only been like an hour. That's right. 4 shades of gray and a 2x2 character block. That's all we had. For those who are not familiar with the Donkey Kong lore, Cranky is supposed to be the original Donkey Kong from the original games. Donkey Kong 1, 2, and 3. So when they made this game, they Rare made it so the original Donkey Kong is this Donkey Kong's grandfather. His OG son. The bosses, I will say that for as much as I was kind of I wasn't as much as I was saying that some of the stuff that I did about Donkey Kong Country 2. Donkey Kong Country 2's levels Donkey Kong Country 2 has, I agree, some of the best level design in the series. And especially the boss design in Donkey Kong Country 2 is way better, like leagues better than this game's boss design. The bosses in this game are kind of, you know, other than like one of them, they're not really all that great. They feel a bit like filler. Like it's just one of those things where it's like, well, you know, we have to have bosses. So here are the bosses, but the bosses in Donkey Kong Country 2 are no joke. Especially the dude with the club. He's a huge pain in the ass. Oh, this is one of my favorite levels, Vulture Culture. So I'm gonna try not to do the bonus levels in this one, even though I know where they are. Just because, again, I think this level is better enjoyed if you play it more in a more linear fashion, as it was probably designed from the get-go. So over here. Up. Up. So there's a barrel up there, but we're not going to get it. We're going to go over here. Here. Up. Oop. And now. Damn it. Well, I don't know if you remember Voodoo. Wrinkly Kong from the second game onward, that's supposed to be Mrs. Kong. That's Donkey Kong's grandma. And then in Donkey Kong 64 they reveal she's dead. But it's okay because she's a ghost. And I don't really know why they did that. That doesn't make any sense. But now in all the Donkey Kong games since, Wrinkly Kong is always appearing as a ghost, and it's like, if she's just gonna appear as a ghost all the time, what was the point in killing her? And why would you kill her? Like, why is that? How does a meeting for that go? If you got to get the timing on that right, so you don't run into that guy's walnut. All right, not. I normally do a lot better on this level, but for some reason it's getting to me. Maybe I'm just filled with rage at the thought that they killed Wrinkly Kong. And it's and it's messing up my rhythm. Oh. Got it. Not gonna go through there, but that just so you know it. Oh. There. It's okay. He's in the barrel. Which fact didn't you know, Voodoo? Was it that Wrinkly Kong is grandma is the grandma, or that she died, that they kill her off in 64? But yeah, I mean, I haven't really played much of Donkey Kong 64. I don't have I actually. I've seen it played plenty of times, but I don't know if I've ever actually sat down and played it myself. I know that there's a hack for it. There's a hack for it to get rid of the whole thing where you have to go to those pads or whatever to switch your characters. They have a one button switch character mod that is supposed to make the game a little more playable. I know that everybody agrees that 64 is bad, but again, I've never really sat down and played much of it myself, so I can't comment. I don't know if I would be one of those those brave contrarian soldiers who would argue that it's not as bad as people say. It's very possible. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well, doesn't hurt. Go ahead and get our cousin. No. Speaking of 64, though, it is interesting in Donkey Kong 64 that they reference the Donkey Kong Country animated series with the crystal coconuts. The crystal coconuts now are kind of the staple of the series. Pretty much most of the games since have had some reference to crystal coconuts. And that's because in the animated series they have the whole plot that they tried to create dealt with King K. Rool trying to steal the hold on. I don't like this one. I don't really care about getting it. Yeah, go ahead. But in the animated series, the whole plot centers around King K. Rool trying to steal the crystal coconut, which they're not always consistent in defining what in the show and telling you what the coconut does. They seem to just decide whenever they feel like it. Most of the time, it's just, oh, it's the crystal coconut. It's important, and we can't let King K. Rool get it because then he can do something with it. And then in other episodes, they reference things it can do, but it never feels too consistent, because one second it's, oh, you can make any wish with it, and then other times it gives you like certain powers, like the power to project yourself from one place to another. It was just something that I guess they were in the writing room, and they decided that they decided it was too hard to give K. Rool a motivation to steal the bananas, so they just made up a new thing. But the boys at Rare, I guess, were appreciative of the effort enough that they added a collectible. Hopefully we won't have to go all the way back. We got 2 lives. I think we'll be okay. But I guess they thought it would be a good homage to add the crystal coconuts as a collectible item in DK64, and so now they're part of the canon forever. Oh my god. Okay, let's go back. We need lives. Go ahead and over here. Another thing that they do in DK64 that I think might be a reference to the show is the redesign of Candy Kong. So Candy Kong in this game, she appears in that onesie, that one-piece swimsuit, and she kind of has a bit of a 50s, like a 50s, like a 50s girl thing going on. And then she didn't appear in anything else until 64. And when she comes back in 64, she has more of a bit of that late 90s pop star, the pop starlet look going on, kind of like a Britney Spears or Christina Aguilera kind of look. At least I think that's probably the influence there. But I think part of the oh no. I think, anyway, to get my mind off this, I think part of the reason for her redesign in Donkey Kong 64, with the whole like thing she's got going on with the short shorts and the tank top, the t-shirt, well, it's a t-shirt in 64, and then later when Miyamoto gets his hands on her, he gives her a tank top. I think part of the reason for that redesign must have been her design in the animated series, where she does wear a short shirt. No, fuck! I don't get it. How did that happen? Ugh. Oh well. Back to the grind. How am I having trouble? How was I having trouble with Vulture Culture of all levels? But yeah, in the animated series, Candy Kong has the short shorts. She has like denim shorts and like a short top that is just like slightly above her waist. And she's got like the 90s butch feminist look all going on and everything. And so I think that maybe they were like, oh, we actually kind of like that design, so we'll go ahead and just give it a bit more of a kind of more gentle feminine look going on. Oh, and I think it was over here, right? Yep, cool. So the green balloons give you 2 lives. Oh, that was weird. My Y button wasn't working for a second. I think it's just because maybe I was going down the steps really fast. Just wasn't registering the input. But I actually, if there is one character that I think is entertaining in the Donkey Kong animated series, I think it is Candy Kong, just because, I don't know, they make her such a bitch. And sometimes there are some, like, I guess, you know, for as much as the show is just kind of dumb all around, there are some, you know, sweet moments between Donkey Kong and Candy. And so I like that when they brought Candy Kong back, they tried to have some of that in the games whenever she shows up. Though I think that I'm not sure if they've really dropped the whole thing where she's supposed to be Donkey Kong's girlfriend or fiance. That was part of her character, like in the official lore. I don't know if because they don't really explore that in the other games very much. They just kind of have her as the female, the main female Kong that isn't Dixie. That's part of the reason why I think some people were joking around. Some fans on the internet they were joking around that Candy Kong ran off with Funky Kong, and I don't accept that. I will never accept that. I refuse to believe that Candy Kong would betray Donkey Kong. But speaking more of Candy, in the animated series, the big thing with the animated series is every episode, for some reason, has at least 2 musical numbers. I don't know exactly why they decided to do that. I don't know what the motivation really is for why when they were deciding to make a Donkey Kong Country cartoon, why they were like, what is one thing we need? Okay, let's add some let's make sure that there's plenty of musical musical numbers by the characters. Maybe it was just because the game tends to have a pretty. It might just be because you see Donkey Kong dancing. Some of the characters in the games, like their victory animations, like in Donkey Kong Country 2. Okay, I know what I'm doing wrong. Like in Donkey Kong Country 2, when you complete a level with Dixie or Diddy, Dixie plays a guitar, Diddy is holding a boombox and starts rapping or beatboxing. So maybe that's why they went with it. They probably just were like, well, we gotta have references, and so they noticed, well, the game has really good music and the characters apparently can play instruments and dance, so let's kind of make that a focal point of this cartoon. But at the same time, let's add this new crystal coconut thing that wasn't in that isn't in the games, and make it the center of the plot. I don't know. That whole show is very, very strange, very in a fast, and I mean that in a more fascinating, complimentary sort of way. There's just something very, very bizarre about everything about that show and how it came together. And I'm still trying to I still watch it and try to figure out what were they thinking, what was the thought process, what was the meeting, what was the boardroom meeting, the writers room meeting when they were trying to make the episodes for this show. And I think I've figured it out. I think here's my theory, and My theory is that the Donkey Kong animated TV show is the result of three separate departments, at least three separate departments, working in a very disjointed fashion, but each side kind of putting in a different degree of effort. And what I mean by that is, that I think the writers are writing the writing the scripts for the show. And when they wrote the scripts for the show, they didn't really storyboard anything. They just sort of wrote the script. I think what they did is they wrote the scripts and they just would hand the scripts over to the voice actors. Crap, my timing's off here. There, got it. And so my theory is that the writers would just kind of write whatever. They would record it. They would record all the dialogue and everything. And then it was up to the animators to sort of figure it out. And I think it's very obvious that is the case with that show. There's times when the characters are just saying it feels like there's things that happen off screen that you're supposed to see, but you don't see them. And I think it's just because it depends on what the animation team is able to animate or able to finish. And I feel like maybe the writers didn't really think about that very often. I don't think the writers really thought very much about whether or not the animators could actually animate a particular scene or sequence, or like what the animators were capable of with the technology they had. So it results in a lot of episodes just feeling very strangely disjointed. For example, there's also other issues in the writing department. When you watch the show, and you gotcha. When you watch the show, and you look at who is writing the episode, and keep track of who is writing the episodes, you start to see certain patterns in how they do things. So one of the main writers of that show in the first season is a woman, I believe it's a woman, named Nadine Vanderveld. And she tends to write episodes where there's lots of plot threads that kind of go nowhere. And other times with the episodes too, not just the ones that she wrote, but a lot of them, it feels like King K. Rool is just kind of shoved in there because it's like, oh, well, we have to make sure that King K. Rool has something to do. We have to make sure that he's doing something nefarious. And so there's times when it feels like, no, you really could have probably made this episode's plot work if you just didn't have K. Rool show up for an episode. You don't have to have K. Rool all the time. So what was the episode? The buried treasure episode, where they find the treasure map and they start going to everyone learns about it and starts searching for it, thinking they can get it for their own reasons. And King K. Rool starts searching for it, and the only reason he starts searching for it is because his first assumption is that it's a doomsday weapon. Why does he think that? They don't explain why. It's just his own thought process. He's thinking, oh, treasure. The monkeys are looking for the treasure. What must it be? It must be a nuke, and I'm gonna get the nuke first. And I feel like they were just kind of scraping for any reason to get K. Rool into the plot, because it was like, well, we got to make sure K. Rool has screen time. So it's stuff like that. Stuff like that is all over. The show is a mess, but it's a very intriguing mess. Oh no, I did it wrong. It's okay. Sorry, there's a bonus barrel right there too. But they're expecting you to do it a certain way. Beer. Jump up. And jump up. Nope. Oh, got it. Thank God. And boom. Missed it. And now. Fuck. Oh, did he? And oh, damn. Sorry, I'm just concentrating for just a second here. And now. Up. Got it. We don't need to get the bonus again. We already got it. It's already logged it in. But what I was saying before about the way bonus room, bonus barrel, and bonus room placement is in Donkey Kong Country 2, this game has some of that as well, but it's just not seen. It's you really don't have to get all the bonus rooms in this game. In the second one, if they try to make it a little more essential. So I don't know if having a bonus thing in an obscure place is really a demerit, or could be seen as a demerit in a game where the bonus rooms are not really essential. Up. Oh. Look at that. Yes. And now. Go. Here we go. This isn't the worst barrel. The worst barrel level. That comes later. Shit. Hold on a second. Let me play with this for just a moment. All right. Sorry. All right. Calm down. No. Yeah, one of the benefits that another benefit that DK has over Diddy is that he holds the barrels above his head and he tosses them. So a lot of times you can use that to your advantage as a defense. All right. That. Oop. Okay. Yeah, so right here, like that. See, a lot of players prefer to just use Diddy all the time. I don't know. I think I'm perfectly okay using DK. You just gotta learn to use them. That's all. Wait, what? Oh, I was looking. I was looking at the top of the screen. All right, we can do this. We can do this. Ah. Ah, shit. That's one thing this game does with the barrel levels. All the barrel levels are designed specifically to just drain lives by having requiring very precise timing. And now. There. And whew, got it. Now, 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 now. Are you fucking shitting me? Ah, come on. And wait. Doom now. All right, here. Ah, yeah. See, having Donkey hold the barrel is a little better. There. I could get that, but I'm not gonna risk it. I need to get out of here. Oh, cool. We actually have a use. We Actually, need to use Funky's flight service for just a second. Yeah. I remember reading that the "Hi Ya" in Funky's theme is actually sampled from another song. I forgot the name of it though. I heard it and I'm pretty sure that that is true. I know when I was younger and before I had beaten this game, uh, before I had beaten the game, I would collect the bananas, and I seem to remember going into the banana horde thing right there, and constantly, like, I was always constantly trying to collect bananas and go back to the banana horde to see if the bananas were there. And I think I remember getting frustrated at that as to why there were no bananas in the horde when I went back to the cave, even though I'd collected all the like all these different bananas. And that's just because it's an end game thing, and my tiny brain couldn't comprehend that. Go back in here. In the Game Boy Advance version of Donkey Kong Country, they actually add small cutscenes to explain. They actually show you King K. Rool. Uh, they actually show you King K. Rool, his men going in and stealing all the bananas and beating up beating up Diddy Kong. Another thing about the Game Boy Advance version is they also add they also give the characters human sounding voices, and that seems to have been a common thing during that time. I know that the Game Boy Advance versions of the Mario games also do that. They have Mario like just talk all the time, saying like going like "Bing Bing Wahoo." So in they do that in the Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Advance ports, and the that one game uh, Jungle Climber, Jungle Hijinks, or no, King of Swing. That's what it was. Uh, they also have Donkey Kong. I think have a more human sounding voice in that game. So for a while, that was kind of a trend where instead of just making monkey noises, he would say words or almost say words. It was not always very clear, and they were kind of doing that with all like a lot of stuff. I guess they had found out, oh, with the Game Boy Advance, we can, with its sound chip and with the cartridge space, we can add we can we can give the characters voices. So let's just do it do it all the time for everyone. If you look in the background right here, the there's a bit of a they the trees in the far off background, they kind of have a different color and stuff to them because they're all super compressed, and then they obviously suck the color out to save space. I think too in Donkey Kong Land, in the forest levels or in the temple levels, or maybe both, they reuse that same uh, they reuse uh, that same tree background And it looks almost exactly the same. There's almost no difference. So it's really from a technological point of view, Donkey Kong Land is very impressive. Just because they're able to replicate the look and style of the Super Nintendo games on the Game Boy's very limited hardware. There's one level in Donkey Kong Land though that's a pain. That's just a huge pain. It's just plain. It's just plain evil. It's the one where you're in the sky and you're on those platforms. It's near close to the end, I think, and you have to like jump on the platforms in order to change their direction. And it's just really it's really unfair. The whole game, Donkey Kong Land, is extremely hard. Like I would say it's harder than most like it's harder definitely than this game, and I don't know if I would say it's harder than Donkey Kong Country 2. But sometimes I'm not sure if it's intentionally difficult or if it's just really limited because it's a 16-bit. It's a 16-bit game that's already pushing the limits of what 16-bit hardware can do. Only now forced into an 8-bit portable Game Boy cartridge. So I'm not sure what's the result of intentional like playtesting and what's just, oh well, this game is just struggling struggling with this hardware to be playable enough. But I like Donkey Kong Land. It's a fun game. It's like the Game Boy Color version of this game. It's a perfectly fine portable 8-bit platformer. Just very, very, very challenging. Oop. Oop. Oh, I think I was supposed to bounce on one. Damn. Oh yeah, this is the one where these guys chase you. Look at this ancient Kremling lore. Ah. Oh, by the way, Naughty and Diddy use the same sound clip when they get hit. I think it might be the same sound clip too for the critters here. Just distorted or bit crushed or whatever. Hoop, hoop. And Banana's making an arrow. It's another one of these ones. I like these. I think I like this this bonus stage genre the best in this game, just because there's a little bit more skill involved. Oh, crap! I think there was a bonus there that I missed. It's okay though. Like I said, let's just try to beat the game. I feel like I'm having a bit more difficulty than my normal runs, though. I think it's just because it's hard for me to play games talking, or maybe I'm just making excuses. Oh yeah, you can break you can break it. That's supposed to be like the last stretch, and I think I just broke it. Yeah. He's supposed to chase you, but if you can get behind him fairly easily if you sacrifice one of your Kongs. About an hour and 3 minutes. It's been longer than that. It's been almost 2 hours. It's just because we had to retry. Oh, this is the just do that. So actually, I'll go ahead and show this off real quick. So you go through here, right? These guys, and over here. Jump. Over here, where are they? Are they in this level? They should be. So you got your ostrich. You got these guys. The Manky Kongs. Go ahead and take care of them like that. I'm gonna go ahead and fall down here. And the reason for that is because I want to have a little more fun. Oh no! Oh crap! I wanted to go back and get the steel barrel at the beginning, and roll on it. That's fine. Just go ahead and complete it. Oop, 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 oop. Ow. All right, Cranky, give us some more of your sage wisdom. Three lives and 3 continues. That's all we have. It's weird though. It's very strange for me to read this dialogue in 2021, just because this game came out in 1994, right? Video games had been around only for about something like 20 years, unless you count like earlier experiments. So to hear Cranky talk like a grumpy, talk like a grumpy old gamer, in 1994 and sound not too different, you would think that people wouldn't be talking about that. Wouldn't be making jokes like that in 1994. You would think it's too early for people to talk to make those kind of jokes. Whereas it's obviously easier to make those jokes now because it's been so many years since video games became a major thing. I don't know. I just think it's what's the word? It's not uncanny, but it's surreal, I guess. I guess it shows that even back then people were already kind of consciously aware that there was a difference between older games and newer games on some level, and also consciously aware of the fact that some people may or may not behave in somewhat elitist fashions about something, like about, oh well, when the games I played 10 years ago, they were in a whole different league to the games you youngins are playing now. You would think that kind of mentality and also the sense of humor about that mentality wouldn't exist so early. Well, or maybe the joke is, of course, that it is too early to be for Cranky to be talking like that, because because it wasn't really this game came out, let's see, when did Donkey Kong 1 come out? I think it was 81. Yeah, this game only came out like 13 years after. So maybe that's also part of the joke that they're making, that hey, nobody would be talking like this after only 13 years. That could also be it. The joke is in the absurdity. The joke the punchline back then might have been the absurdity, while the punchline now is that it's all too real. Just something to think about as we listen to the pretty underwater music. Ow. As I was telling my friend, as I was telling Voodoo not that long ago, I actually think the underwater levels in the Donkey Kong Country games are pretty good, and definitely if you're gonna make underwater levels, the Donkey Kong Country games are probably the best games to take references from. They move the movement is very, it definitely has like the buoyancy or the sense of gravity, the physics, a very slight sense of physics of what it means to be underwater, but they still move, they're still fairly short and they move at a brisk pace. And you can speed up your movement a lot. You don't feel as if you're weighed down. As if you're weighed down too tremendously by the need for realism. This guy's one of the harder bosses, I think. No, he's not the hardest boss. Who is the hardest boss? I think it's the other version of Neki that we fight later. Here's where Diddy can come in handy because he holds the barrel in front of him. Oh, and there he goes. He's gone. Bye, Diddy. Ding. So now I can show you. Here. So Diddy holds the barrel in front of him like that because he doesn't really toss the barrels so much as he rolls them. And so for this boss, it's very effective because this guy eventually rams right in front of you. And so you can just do that. Yep. Woohoo! Crap. I have to use the bathroom very quickly, so I'm gonna switch over to the intermission screen and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. So whoever is still watching, just hang tight. Mute the microphone real quick. Okay, we're back. So, now we're up in the Gorilla Glacier. Sorry. And this is Snow Barrel Blast. Is this the one? Is this the one that I despise with a passion? We'll have to see. No, this one's easy enough. There you are. Got it. So you gotta be careful because you slide on the ice. Up here. And I love this effect here of everything getting darker and the snow getting more, the blizzard getting more intense as you progress. Coupled with the music, it's just a very, very eerie, ominous, but at the same time relaxing kind of aesthetic. Up we go. Ow, ow. Ah. Hoop. Look at him go. There we go. Killing it. Killing it. Alright, and there's a Crusher right here. Yep, take that. Nice. Alright. Yeah, this is the one. So this level is the bane of every player's existence. It is ridiculous what it demands of you, and like I said, like a lot of the barrel levels are in general, it requires very precise timing because they're hoping to drain your lives and force you to reset and start over with less lives from an earlier save point. But there is a trick. They were generous enough to add a trick, but we're gonna try. First, I'm gonna try it the normal way. If it doesn't work, then I'll do the trick. I'll find the secret, and and we'll see. We'll see if I can actually do it the normal way. And I am like 90% sure that I can't, because this level is bullshit. And if you're wondering why I can be a little harsh on Donkey Kong Country 2, it's because a lot of the levels in Donkey Kong Country 2 are like this level. Especially after the third world. Again, it's not necessarily bad design. It's not anything like that. It's just the developers being fuckers. The good thing is that every time you die, you can go back and get the golden Rambi, and so you can go ahead and get your extra lives. So because because they know they're aware of what they made, and their band-aid is Their band-aid is giving you plenty of opportunities to farm lives as you spend the next 2 hours trying to beat this level the normal way. Yeah, I didn't get as many as I should have. And up we go. All right, let me adjust my microphone a little bit here. I might sound like I'm a bit off in the distance. It's just because I like to sit back in my chair. I don't really like to lean forward very much. Not just because it hurts my back, but because I don't know. I don't like. It's a funny thing where I don't really like the idea of professional streaming. I feel like you should never try to make things too professional. And so when I sit forward in my my chair, I feel like I'm too. There's a sort of funny thing in my mind where I think I get this this vague sense that I'm being a little too professional for my own good. Oh, we got it. So yeah, I didn't mean that to happen, but that's the secret. They put that warp right there, so that way you can. Oh shit. They put that warp right there, so that way you can get past all the nonsense. Because it's not just that the barrels require precise timing; they keep speeding up progressively. So the idea is that it just becomes more and more impossible, especially for a small kid. Like if you played this game as a small kid, or if you rented it, this is the stage where you're probably gonna quit. Damn it. Yeah, so I was saying earlier that this game is not very hard. So I thought it was kind of weird that the Japanese version adds like is basically easy mode for what is already mostly, you know, a pretty straightforward game that isn't too difficult. But there's a few levels. There's a few levels in the game that try your patience and your skill level. This is one of them. But I just think this level is a little too harsh. And it's more jarring when so many other levels before it are not nearly as aggressively difficult. I'm a big fan of easing players in. I'm not a huge fan of when a game has one level that's super hard, and then a level that's super easy, then a level that's moderately difficult, and then another level that's easy, and then another level that's extremely hard. I like things to have a nice sense of scale to them. I like that there should be the easy levels should be at the beginning, the harder levels should be towards the end. That's how I think things are supposed to be. But sometimes with the Donkey Kong Country games, they don't do that. I think it might be because just maybe that they designed these levels very separately from each other. They didn't necessarily design them in a way where it's like, okay, they didn't necessarily design them in a way where because because the reason sometimes that levels can have that progressive climb is because developers will start oftentimes uh, with doing things level by level or stage by stage. It's not always very strict, but a lot of developers won't go on to finish the next stages um, before they finish the previous stages, before they finish designing the previous stages. Uh, and I think that with Donkey Kong Country, I get the vibe. The vibe I get is that sometimes some levels were designed later than others, and the way they're arranged is not based on when they were developed. Like I don't think this level was designed. I don't think they designed the previous stages and then designed this level. I think that this level was probably designed at one phase, and then the level after it was designed, probably very early on or very late. It just depends. Uh, but I don't think it's a case where uh, how the levels are arranged in each world is based on the time they were developed. And so I think uh, that's why you have that situation where the B boss we just fought was not very hard, but but then all of a sudden you have this, which feels like it should be an end game level. Ooh, that was close. Oop, oop. Like I know it's like I said, I know it's not a strict thing. I know that that a lot of times it is very common for uh, like in a game like this, for when they're developing it, to develop stages for stage 7 before you develop stage some of the stages for stage 7 before you develop like world 3. I know that's very common, but I think sometimes when you arrange it, I think it's a lot better. Maybe I'm sorry, I'm just stalling for time here. um, I think it's sometimes a lot better to arrange the levels in the final product with the levels you designed earlier on at the beginning, because they're usually going to be a little easier, and then the levels you designed later being at the end, because they're usually going to be the hardest levels. And the Donkey Kong Country games can sometimes feel like they're all over the place. All right, I made that. And here you go. 1, 2, 3. Got it. Ah, shit. We're already there. I mean, oh crap. I'm trying not to cuss as much. No, you don't. I've had that happen before. Oh wow, we actually did it the normal way. I can't believe that. I really don't normally do that. I usually just say screw it and just use the warp barrel. The cheater's barrel. All right, get over here. Get over here. And leap. Ah. Ah, man. Oh well. Oh, there's another one. Come on. Come on, you bouncy gator. There you go. Ah. By the way, these ropes, these ropes have a kind of auto scroll thing going on. So the blue ropes, when you jump on them, I'm not holding any buttons. It just takes you up. So you have to fight against them. Because I guess the idea is they're supposed to be frozen and slippery. So when one type of rope is slippery in the up direction, the other type is slippery in the down direction. So right here. And so you want to do that. Go down here, over here, get that bonus room. Oh, this is another word. Nintendo. No! Leaping, leaping. Nope. It's the night of the Lepus. That. Thought they could get me, but they couldn't. All right. So you want to get as many as you can first, and then go get the secret one that, when you get the big golden one, it doubles your number. Can't remember. Does it double? Does it make one worth two, or does it just double what you already have? And that's it. I can't remember. I think it's the latter. Yeah. Yeah, so collect as much as you can, and then go find those. If I sound a little tired, it's because I am. I stood up for like 24 or 28 hours and then went to sleep and got 9 hours of sleep. and so it's like I'm it's like I'm just crisp enough to do this, but still not quite. Still a little too tired, a little too tired to be doing it. But I wanted to stream. I've been wanting to get back into it for a while, so this was my chance to do streams again, but with a little more preparation. And if I'm happy with the result tonight, I'll go ahead and I don't think I'm gonna edit the Game Lounge Live things as the way I'm doing other types of videos. I'll probably take them and do some very slight editing, you know, taking out like bathroom breaks and stuff, and maybe I don't know, maybe adding some oh, that was stupid of me. Maybe edit not editing out language, but maybe doing something fun with the censorship. But I would like to maybe have Game Lounge Live be a thing where you get sort of a raw something more raw and uncut. So it just all depends on how tonight goes. Things are looking up though. I'm getting stuff done. I'm making progress. By Donkey Kong. It's just been a matter of time. I could probably have gotten further along with stuff, though, if I wasn't such a perfectionist. If I didn't hyper-obsess over certain details. But I do think maybe some of the obsessive behavior, I think it's starting to work out a little better. You know, it's starting to, oh, I gotta get some more air here. It's trying to pull me down. You gotta keep jumping, so that way you can just do that and avoid the bee. I know you can, let's see, yeah, there you go. That's how you do it. Gotta just roll. I'm playing with the Switch's split D-pad, so doing like stuff like trying to roll the directional buttons is almost impossible. Here's your clue that there's a secret available. So you go over here, and then you go over here, get him. Oh yeah, he does that. He falls, or he glides, and so you gotta try to use that. Just gotta be careful. I don't think he can actually kill anything. Yeah, crap. Get over here. No! Let's see. Does that work? No. Wait, hold up. Did the music cut out? Yeah, it did. The music glitched out. Oh, no, there it is. Whatever. Got it. I just had to let go and press A. to get off of him as soon as I was had the right amount of air. And there he is again, because they know you're gonna have to sacrifice him. So you just jump and press the jump button again to glide, and you can just kind of cheese through the whole level. As long as you aren't trying to collect too much. Kind of sucks that his feet. Oh wait, he's wearing sneakers. I didn't notice that. He's wearing some bomb-ass sneakers that he that he lifted off some guy. Oh, okay. It's just trying to fail. Oh. Ooh, there we go. Slide. Ah, damn it. I think it's funny how when they get hit, when they get hit, they just, if you have both characters, they just run. I should have used that to roll. I'm dumb. I'm a big dummy. A big dum-dum. Up. Up. This level feels a lot longer. When you're playing a two-player contest, the winner is the person who uh, beats the most levels and gets their face on them. So like every time you beat a level with Diddy, it's Diddy's face on the completed level. It's every time you beat a level with Donkey, it's Donkey's face on the level. And in two-player contests, the goal is to each player to try to beat the level. I think it's crap. Now I think I've forgotten how two-player contest works. I'm not sure now if it's a case where you no, two-player co-op I think is where both players each player controls a character, and two-player contest is where players control their own pairs of characters, if I remember right. It's been so long since I played two-player on this game, I don't even remember. I'd have to actually look it up. That's how little I actually play with other human beings. Be careful of those. No, no, no. Move. Just hold the Y button. The key when you run, you have to hold the Y button. That's how it works. So it's the same way when underwater. That is if you want to pick up speed. Sometimes, like I said, it's okay to go a little slower. Just take your time. A lot of people they kind of wrap a lot of validation and like, no, I have to beat it, like I have to beat the level super fast to show what a pro I am. And it's like, no, you don't. Just play it at your own pace. Nobody cares. If you want to walk the whole way, go ahead and walk. Like who nobody's gonna judge you. I mean, if you want to try to speed through levels to get just because you think it's fun to try to do it without dying, you know, that's fine. But if it's also a case where, hey, I don't really know this level too well, I'm going to take it very slowly and carefully, you know, that's what you're supposed to do. And you might just feel like, yeah, I don't really feel like exerting the extra energy to power through the level. I know I can beat it at any pace, and I'm going to go for the slower pace just to immerse myself in the atmosphere, or just to have a more easygoing time. It's, you know, both ways are perfectly valid. People, I don't really like. I've said it many times before, but there are a lot of reasons why I'm not a huge fan of speedrunning, and that is kind of one of the reasons why. Oh yeah, Ungard, the swordfish here, he can't kill those croctopuses or croctopi. But he can kill those, and you gonna come back, dude? Ah, he must have swam away. Oh, wait a second. Wait just a second. Look on the wall right there. I think that's a face that they that they drew in as an Easter egg. Oh wait, it looks like there might be. Are those faces? There's one on the left. There's one in the center, and there's one on the right. I wonder if they're supposed to be wall paintings or if it's just an optical illusion from the shading and the compression. All right, Craigie. Oh, that stinks. They didn't bother to animate like a special snow level for him. That would have been a very nice touch to have each shack in different worlds have a different look based on what the theme of the level is. Ow, ow, ow. So when I was talking about the Donkey Kong Country animated series before, I should mention that when I stream like this, I do go back and rewatch things that I've seen before, and watch other things related to those things, other pieces of media related to those movies or TV shows I'm familiar with, to kind of, it's like, okay, I'm gonna be playing this kind of game, so maybe I have these sort of movies and TV shows in my backlog. I have these ones that I would like to rewatch, you know, so I'm gonna go ahead and immerse myself in the theme or subject of whatever game it is that I'm playing. And so obviously with Donkey Kong Country here, I went back and started rewatching stuff that I was familiar with, and watching things that I had been meaning to watch but never got around to, or even stuff that I only recently heard of related to monkeys. And in between watching rewatching some episodes of Donkey Kong Country, I also took some time to check out the King Kong cartoons, the older ones. So there's two King Kong animated series based on the old movie. The one is a series that came out in, The one is a series that came out in the 1960s and was produced by Rankin and Bass. You might know them as the guys responsible for the animated versions of The Hobbit and Return of the King, as well as for those like old holiday puppet shows, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and stuff. But they produced the first the first King Kong. Nintendo won that lawsuit, by the way. The first King Kong animated series in the 60s, and it was a joint American and Japanese production. I believe Toei, a division of Toei, did some of the animation for that, and it was popular enough in both America and Japan that after that King Kong versus Godzilla movie that they made in Japan, they made another King Kong movie. Like, I think it was like the Showa, the people responsible for the Godzilla movies at the time. They made a Japanese King Kong film. I think it was King Kong Escapes. I think that's what it was called. I never saw it. But it was supposed to be based on, loosely based on the animated series. It has like the same villain from the series, I believe. The evil Doctor Who, not the Doctor Who you're thinking of, but another different Doctor Who. Well, that doesn't, but I know that doesn't help either because there's different Doctor Who's, but it's not Doctor Who. It's just, I think it's just a reference. Yeah, the old Donkey Kong cartoon is pretty good for, like, if you like those very simple, low budget cartoons from the 60s, like Gigantor and stuff. It's kind of in that same league. I'm gonna go ahead and reset this. But the other the other King Kong series animated show that came out was Kong the Animated Series, and that came out in the early 2000s. It was supposed to be it wasn't meant to be a tie-in to the and I thought this was very, very interesting. It was not meant to be a tie-in for the Peter Jackson film, which came out years later in 2005. This old Kong the Animated Series came out in the early 2000s, and it came out in 2001. So it came out before Peter Jackson's King Kong. And I'm very confused as to, the reason I find that strange is because I'm a little confused as to why, like, what would motivate somebody to suddenly make a King Kong animated series of all things before Peter Jackson had done his own version. Because normally you would think it was the opposite. So like Godzilla the series, which was on Fox Kids, that was meant to be a direct like spin-off or like animated readaptation tie-in thing. It follows a different plot. It may as well be a separate product, like a separate series. But it was meant to be a tie-in to the American Godzilla film. And so, but there was no King Kong movie that had come out in 2000 or 2001. So it was sort of like, what motivated somebody to greenlight this series? Maybe it was just because Godzilla, there was that Godzilla cartoon. So maybe they also thought, well, you know, we should have King Kong in there. Somebody needs to make a King Kong series to balance it out. But Kong the Animated Series is not really a bad show. It has a lot of the same problems that many early 2000s action cartoons for kids have, you know, awkward pacing, kind of cringy humor. Um, but it has an interesting premise. And the whole series is up on YouTube on the official channel, like all 40 episodes in both of the movies. It actually had like feature length like TV movies. Uh, and it was weird. It was weird because I had never really heard of that series. So, but apparently I guess it was popular. Or maybe I did hear of it, but I only heard of it in passing. Uh, but I mean, it seemed like it was popular enough to get 2 seasons and to get two animated movies. Uh, but a lot it has a lot of the voice actors from X-Men Evolution in it. So Kirby Morrow plays the main. If I think that's his name, Kirby Morrow, the guy that played Cyclops in X-Men Evolution, he plays the main character in that show. Who else? Scott McNeil is in it. Piccolo's Ocean Dub voice. He plays he does the voice effects for Kong, but also plays the main character's best friend, his dude bro friend, who's supposed to be like the Jar Jar Binks comedic relief. And the guy that played Professor X in X-Men Evolution, he plays the main villain. But I would give Kong the animated series a chance. You just have to give it some time to build its world and characters, and then you can probably get into it. It sort of has the same flavor that something like it reminds me quite a bit of what I've seen of it. It reminds me quite a bit of something like The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. There's a lot of references to like old folklore and mythology in there as they try to have King Kong, as they try to create their own mythology around King Kong, but then also try to like throw in references to like stuff like Aztec mythology and Greek mythology and stuff. So like one of the movies is Kong, the King of Atlantis. There's another episode where I guess it has something to do with Quetzalcoatl, the Aztec god. So there's stuff like that in there. It's similar, and again, that's similar to how The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest was, where they'd have all this sort of like references to cryptids and conspiracies that people were familiar with in like Area 51, the Sasquatch, and Area 51, Sasquatch. What else? There was an episode about the bat creature, about like that bat creature that people believe is real. I think there was an episode of Johnny Quest about the Mothman. I really need to sit down and go back and rewatch that show and see if I still like it. Because I remember really liking The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest as a kid, and it actually made me more interested in the old series from the old original Hanna-Barbera series. I think people give Hanna-Barbera. I think people are a little harsh on Hanna-Barbera sometimes. Yeah, there's a lot of shows that they made that were cheap and just kind of trash. Because they were just, especially during the 60s and the 70s, they were just pumping out show after show, tie-in after tie-in. But there's some good Hanna-Barbera cartoons. The original Space Ghost cartoon is still fun to watch. I still enjoy watching the actual Space Ghost cartoon. Dang it. Let me go ahead and go back to the jungle. Yeah, you told me. I know what your name is, Funky. You don't need to keep telling me. Yeah, let me see. Good Hanna-Barbera cartoons. Space Ghost, the original Space Ghost cartoon. Birdman, the original Birdman cartoon. A lot of the superhero ones I think are decent. Just because they have good designs by Mr. Alex Thoth, or is it Thoth or Toth? Alex Toth, I think it is. Uh, and I think Johnny Quest is a good show from them. It's mostly, I think, really when people think like the original Scooby-Doo is just fine, and even some of their attempts at trying to replicate Scooby-Doo, replicate the success of Scooby-Doo with the same teenagers and a pet solve mysteries thing. Some of those are still okay. I mean, I didn't really have an issue with Speed Buggy. I thought Speed Buggy was fine. But anyhow, I was talking about the Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, that show used to actually scare me as a kid, but I still liked it. Especially, let's see, what episode of that show scared me? There's a few. Some people talk about because Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, it used this very uncanny early 3D because there's the whole plot element of Quest World, where Dr. Quest, Johnny Quest's dad, invents a virtual reality cyberspace kind of thing, and then also his rival, the evil, God, I forgot his name. The villain of the show has also developed his own version of it, and they're able to link up, and so sometimes they fight the villain in this cyberspace world. Some of the plots take place in the Quest world, where it's just like really, really bad by our standards today. Really bad or uncanny CG. But there's quite a few people who will talk about certain scenes, like the Medusa scene, where the villain hacks into Quest World and appears as there's a model of Medusa. It's a 3D model of Medusa, and it's like coming at the screen, going like screaming. And some people say that scared them the most in that show. But I would say I was very scared by the episode about the ghost that has something to do with Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. I forgot the plot, but they uncover a dead person in the wall, and I remember that and there's a ghost and stuff. I remember that scared me as a kid. Which other one scared me? I guess relevant to Donkey Kong here, there's a Sasquatch episode where okay, I got you. Damn it. But there's a Sasquatch episode that I remember, and I remember people die in that episode. There's some big game hunters, and the Sasquatch like fucking murders them or something. And which was another one? The one with the episode with those fish people, those giant piranha people that come out of a trench, and they start like they start eating people, and they don't show anything, but they really heavily imply that they're being ripped to shreds. Dang. Why am I having so much trouble with you? Okay, so bounce. I need to pay attention here. I can talk about Johnny Quest later. So he jumps. Now he's back to normal there. Jump. Jump. Okay. Jump. 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 Gotcha. Jump. 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 Ah. There you go. I just had to pay attention. What a brilliant idea. Paying attention to the game you're playing. Creme Croc Industries. Oh, these levels. These levels are pretty cool. The factory levels, I like them. I think the factory levels in Donkey Kong Country 3 are really fun and look really nice too. Because the whole theme of Donkey Kong Country 3 is that they're on a new continent or something. The northern Cremisphere, and there's bear species. There's a bear sorry. There's a bear species that is that's clearly not meant to be the early stages of Banjo. From Banjo-Kazooie. And the whole island is more of a western forest, like Yellowstone National Park looking sort of setting. So the factories are sometimes they're sometimes meant to be wood mills, like lumberjack mills, and other ones are like iron smelts, and they have a bit of this sort of gothic or baroque thing going on. So it sort of almost has a steampunk kind of look to it. So I like those the best. Donkey Kong Country 2, did it have factories in it? I think it did. Really, I struggle to think of levels in Donkey Kong Country 2 where I was really fascinated by the aesthetic of just how everything looks. I know I say that word a lot, aesthetic, and I don't mean it as like a meme or anything, but it's just because sometimes my vocabulary fails me. With Donkey Kong Country 2, I just don't feel like there were very many levels that stood out as far as like the look of them. A lot of that game is very dark and kind of dirty looking, and I get that that's part of the point. But I feel like Donkey Kong Country 1 and 3 stand out the most visually. If I remember, even as a kid, one of the reasons I would prefer to play Donkey Kong Country 1 over 2, my little kid brain just sort of was, didn't really like understand the difference in the difficulty level or in level design, and in some cases it just sort of saw them as in that department it sort of saw them as kind of the same. Little kid Sayonara usually would think of the games on a gameplay level as all being just one big game, which probably is how you're supposed to see the original trilogy, as just one large game. But one of the reasons I would always want to play Donkey Kong Country 1 or 3 more than 2 was just because they looked nicer. Which is weird, because people are say Donkey Kong Country 3 doesn't look as good. And I'm like, no, it looks fine. It has a lot. Its theme, its sort of visual themes are much more interesting to look at. There's very little interesting to look at in Donkey Kong Country 2. And so sometimes I would want to play 1 or 3 just because I liked the color palettes, or I liked the themes of the stages a lot better. I didn't really make too many hard distinctions between them. I didn't really think like, oh, well, I want to play Donkey Kong Country 2 because its level design is blah blah blah. I didn't think like that. I knew all of them were fun, and I knew all of them looked good. And when it came right down to deciding which one I wanted to play, a lot of times I just picked I'm like, well, they're pretty much the same game. I'll just pick the ones that look nicer. Steel drums. Got a floating tire in midair. Sometimes that's the thing I've noticed too, is sometimes they just these games can sometimes feel a little inconsistent in their internal logic. Some cases it's just like, oh well, it's just a video game, just have a tire hanging in the midair. Other times it can feel like they're definitely trying to follow a certain logical train of thought. I guess it just all depends on what they're trying to do with each level, like as far as what the core challenge is supposed to be. Oh boy, no, this isn't the one. The other one that's like this comes later. So on this one too, it can sometimes help to be able to have the Y button pressed down, so that way you can build up speed when you jump. So you can build up speed and jump faster. Damn it. But you have to press the Y button first before you can hold it. And the problem is, if you press the Y button, you roll. So even if you're just like, well, I don't really want to roll, I just want to hold the Y button so that way I can, run and turn and run and jump faster on the platform here. You're still going to have to roll first to do that. So if you're not careful, you'll roll right off the platform and down to your death. And it's happened to me many a time. Ah, missed it. Gotta be careful with these guys. Yep. That's what they do. You also can't really switch on the platform. You gotta get to a specific spot, I think, and then press the select button. So if you're not good with Donkey Kong, you're sort of stuck with him if he's the one you're on the platform with. And right here, see? They either want you to wait and then roll into them very quickly, or they want you to switch to Donkey Kong first. Can I do it? No. No. I don't think I can actually switch. All right, so he's gonna come over here, and let's see. There, got him. Oop, oop, oop. Ow. I don't know why I did that. I just saw a shiny thing and decided to get it. Whoa. Are you... So wait, even Donkey Kong can't roll into Crusha. Is that right? Is that the case? Was that a bug, or am I thought maybe that it was just, oh well, Donkey Kong is the only one that can kill Crusha. I didn't realize that he couldn't roll into him, but he can jump on him. All right. Just wait and let him fall off. There. I think even if you jump on him, you'll bounce back. You might bounce back a little. Really? So maybe, no, maybe I didn't. Maybe I can kill him by rolling into him. Maybe I just didn't get the timing right and just didn't register it. Go up here. Here. Yeah, I accidentally spelled a naughty word. That was totally by accident. Up and down. Who? Nah, I didn't need to do that. Then just wasted it. Hoop. 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 Got the bananas. I would love for them if, I'm sure that they don't have them anymore. But if they did, if Rare was good enough, to have preserved, because there is some cases where they seem to have been very good at preserving betas. If they still had the non-compressed character models and stuff, I would be very down for them doing I'd be very enthusiastic about the possibility of a no. What was I just saying? I'd be very interested to see if somebody can take those pieces, those non-compressed sprites and stuff, and actually, oh, perfect. And then actually go back and do a remaster of this game with the uncompressed models and textures. I think that would be very cool. I do like Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze. I think they're okay games, even if they have those accessibility elements that are not really necessary in them. But I don't really like. I definitely prefer the unique aesthetic of these games, of the original ones with their very uncanny early 3D. I don't feel like Tropical Freeze and Donkey Kong Country Returns do anything particularly. What's the word? They don't do anything particularly boundary pushing or bold in their visual department. I wonder, is it going to appear again? No, I can't do it. No, well, I'll just go ahead and go get some bananas. Ah. That and break it. Jump down. Ah, I missed one. I think we're good. I don't know if it still counts it, but just in case it doesn't, go ahead and go over here and then, ah. Ah. Should have held down the Y button and climbed faster. Move. Bouncy. Up. 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 So, what is today? Today is the 6th. It's the 6th. E3 is going to be starting very soon. The all-digital, pandemic-friendly E3, which, I don't know. I don't know what the point of it is. If it's going to be all digital, unless there's something I'm forgetting that isn't digital. But Nintendo is going to be having their conference on the 15th. I'm not going to be streaming anything of that. I don't really care. I'm kind of done being hyped up for anything during E3. I've decided it's better to just to pretend gaming is dead until I find something interesting to look at for a little while, and then go back to thinking it's dead again, and then wait again. Rather than getting hyped for announcements and reveals and stuff like that. Just be like, oh, well, games, you know, I hate video games. And then when something actually I find something I actually like, being like, oh, I like video games again. Go ahead and use you. Huh? Up. Be right back. Gotta check the dog. It's okay. Dog's just being stupid. I always check though, just because there's always weird noises that are happening. I don't want to be, I don't ever want it to be a situation where I'm just like, oh, the dog's barking again. It's just nothing. You know, it's always nothing. And then have it actually actually be something for once, and then I don't know, go have to tell them at the gateway to the afterlife. Well, you know, I just thought the dog was just being stupid again. I don't know what to tell you. I hate that. I hate the thought of that. I hate the thought of dying to some stupid mistake. Like a stupid, like, an otherwise innocuous mistake. In some kind of, like, freak accident or whatever. Or either that, or it being just something so easily preventable. Write it down. Here we are. Because that's got to be the worst. You know, it's one thing to die of old age. It's another thing to die, or even to die in, like, an accident after you're doing something intentionally daring or intentionally stupid, or both. It's another thing to die, I think, due to something just really, either something way too benign, or something where it could have easily been prevented if you'd just done something incredibly basic. Kong. The Kong K. Ah. Excuse me. No, that wasn't worth it. How are we gonna do this? Go over here. There. Ah. This is probably the hardest of all the underwater levels. I don't think each stage has at least one underwater level. I think they all have one. But this one's harder than the one that comes after it in the next area. It's like I was saying, it feels as though certain levels were designed by separate teams working separately, at maybe different times, and then they were sort of arranged in a way where levels that were designed first or that took the longest to develop were not necessarily put right after the easier levels, which were either designed early or were designed relatively quick in a relatively quick fashion. My tummy is grumbling. I might force you guys to or force anyone who's still watching. I might force people to hear me have to eat. Probably make something very, very simple. Maybe some noodles. Some weeboo noodles. Ah. Ah. But we're almost there. We're almost there. We're only... How long have we been streaming? Has it been 3 hours or 2 hours? 3 hours, yeah. We're almost there. At the very least, we're going to beat the game. Ah. Ah. There's a bit of a sense of like a gravity. You have to wait for when you're like, okay, so here's what I'm trying to say. So I press jump and he paddles up. He monkey paddles. But he has to, when you let go, he falls down. You have to wait for it to peak and then it goes down. So and then it stops. So it's up, stop midair, go down, fall down at a certain speed. So you have to take that into account when you're trying to go down to avoid one of these spinny spike things. Boop. Let me see. Does holding Y help? Yeah, it kind of does, I think. Let me see. Hit the top. Okay, so now do it while holding Y. Very slightly, I think. Ah. Oh yeah. By the way, if when I make that comment about easier levels being like the way the levels being arranged and their difficulty kind of being all over the place, I understand that difficulty can be somewhat subjective. I'm just speaking very, very generally. You know, some of the levels that I find easier might be much harder for other people, and some of the levels that I find harder might be easier for other people. I understand that, but very generally, I think that is a sense that you can get that certain levels just feel like there's no way that this level could be more difficult for somebody of the average intelligence and average skill level. There's no way that the stage would on average be more difficult for the average person compared to this other level. And so when I make that comment, I'm just speaking with regard to what I would assume is an average player skill level, especially for a younger person. Oh, poopy. Oh, oh. Yes. Is anything here? I know there's a secret somewhere in here. Yep, there it is. Ah. I don't think I got the checkpoint barrel yet. And I think there's something over here. Yep. And it'll shoot you over there. Ah! Oh no, I did get it. Let's explore over here just a little bit. So hold down the Y button. Aha! This is what they were hiding. This will be very helpful because he is a beast. He's a force of nature. Look at him go. He also helps you speed up on the water. If you, not just through the sword, the strike, but also just by holding the button. Oh, okay. Sorry, the controls kind of change when you have unguard. You don't have to press the B button or press the B button to go up anymore. You can just move normally with the directional buttons. Oh crap, now it's gonna make me start over. Well, at least I get these. Gonna get over there? There. Come on, come on, come on. Let's see if I can get big 7, big 7. No! Alright. Excuse me. Sorry. No, that's not pleasant. But when I get hungry, my stomach gets a little gassy and I start to burp up like a little baby. Oh. Couldn't get that. I think there's been a couple times when I've gotten so many gold when I got like both the ostrich, the 3 golden ostriches and the 3 golden rhinos, and then had to do their bonus stages and then start over from the checkpoint. And I was like, no, I don't want to play this anymore. Oh, come on, get on him. And we're out. Ah, and Diddy's been the one finishing off these levels. Nah, we're not gonna go see Cranky. Just gonna go ahead and go to the minecart. All right. Oh, this one's a little different because you jump out of the cart. You don't jump in while in the cart. Ah. When you first play the game, it must be just very confusing. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I know it's very sorry. I know it's very confusing. Excuse me. When you play the game for the first time and you come to this minecart level and you think it's going to be like the other ones, so you immediately jump thinking, oh, I'm going to jump in the cart, and then you jump out of the cart and then you die. Oh, I almost had it. Oh. I miscalculated the invincibility frames there. Jump. 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 No! Damn it. Jump up. Ugh. Ah! I jumped too early. Dang it. And Funky's flights are right there. Over that, get him. I feel like I've forgotten this level. Like a lot of, I know I've played this level in this game, so many times, but for some reason, this level layout feels so new to me for some bizarre reason. You know how when you don't consciously remember something and then you play it, right? Whoa, donkey dude. I always imagined him with more of a surfer voice. In the animated series, they give him like a Jamaican, Rastafarian type of voice. But yeah, there's sometimes when you play something and you don't consciously remember it, and then you play it and then you suddenly start to remember it. The memory starts to come back. For some reason with that Minecart Madness level, I wasn't getting that sense. It wasn't a sense of, oh yeah, I mean, I forgot how this level layout was, but now I remember it. Now that I'm playing it, I'm starting to remember it vaguely. For some reason, I wasn't getting that. I wonder if that means I'm losing my memory. Maybe I'm just really, really tired. Ah. Does he have it here? Hold on. I think it's only in the second one. In the second game, Rambi, I believe... Yeah, when you press A while on top of Rambi in the second game, he does a charge attack. If you feel the need for speed, jump in and like jet. I think I've had people, yeah, I have had people complain about sometimes how when I don't really have when I haven't really rehearsed what I'm trying to say. Oh, yeah, the lights turn off and on in this one. But when you don't have anything to say, right, you use sort of like not interjections. It would use sort of filler words. Um, uh, when you're trying to think on the fly. So I often people have sometimes said, "Oh, you say like too much," like as in like I fill my sentences out with the word like. Um, but it's always come a bit natural to me to talk like that, and I think it's just a California thing. I think it might be a California thing. That maybe other people don't really. It sounds weird or irritating to other people because it feels like everybody else I know talks like that. So maybe it is a West Coast sort of deal where people will fill out their sentences with something with something with a word such as like. So like I was going to like the store like that, like that. Like bro, like you're so like and uh I think those are the filler words you're most likely to encounter here on the West Coast. So it's never seemed very strange to me to talk like that. All right. This level in particular tends to sort of test the intuitive, I guess, which you might call the intuitive nature of the game's design. There's a even if you don't remember this level or you don't have it memorized um, uh, all too well, uh, you can kind of get a good sense of where the platforms are even in the dark, and I think that's a testament to just the people who designed this level in particular. There's a secret right there, but I don't think I have the thing. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go back and save. Go up here. I'm gonna get some extra life. Oh, I actually did it. I think there's one more balloon somewhere up there in those trees. I don't know if you can stick to all the trees throughout the whole level. I've never tried it. uh, in the animated series with as far as Clump goes. They not only give him like a southern accent, but they they also have it where his model, his 3D model, Clump has big pepperoni nipples, and they're positioned in a way where it just looks like he has these big giant saggy man breasts. And I can't look at the model for too long because he just looks disgusting. Alright, so this guy right here, he does this. Bop. And then he brings out the different enemies. This guy's a chump. He's nothing. There you go. Ah, shit. I think the armadillos might be the last ones. Either that or they're... Because I can't remember if he drops crushes. Here. Boop. 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 Bop. Boop. That was pretty close. I thought the roll was going to come to an end and my hitbox would be exposed. Yep. Alright, we're at the final stage before we have to fight King K. Rool. Almost there. Yeah, this is I think about the standard time that I complete this game. It usually takes me, like I said, on average 2 to 4 hours. Well, no, bare minimum like 2 hours and 30 minutes. I think. Nah, I'm being too generous to myself. 3. And the maximum is about 5 hours. So I'm all right at the game. I'm not super pro as you guys have, as people might have seen throughout this playthrough. But I can beat it in about the average time that probably most people can. I want to say that I've beaten it in 2 hours. I know it's possible, but I'm probably just misremembering or trying to, I don't want to come across as if I'm saying, oh, that I'm better than how I really than I really am at the game. It's nice that they end it for you when you mess up. You're supposed to get the fuel and you can't let the platform fall. This one's a lot more ruthless than the other uh, moving platform stage. Get the bananas. Ah, shit. A lot of people will say that Diddy is objectively better, and like I said, I think I think a lot of people probably just don't practice enough with Donkey Kong. But Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2 do have a problem where uh, they have a bit of a. They both have the same issue of one character probably being a lot easier to use than another character, and thus becoming a character that you're going to use a lot more frequently, and thus get better at using. Um, the third game I think does the best job actually of once again on the Donkey Kong Country 3 is underrated ranting. The third game is probably the only game in the original trilogy that really makes teaming using both characters in an important function, other than beyond just having an extra being able to take an extra hit, because of how it uses each character's skills in tandem with one another. Because as you can see, I've mostly beaten these levels with Diddy. A lot of that, though, a lot of that boils down to me using Donkey Kong and just ended it getting hit at least once. So I would say in a lot of cases I beat the level with so to speak. I beat the level with DK, but I crossed the finish line with Diddy. Got it. Gonna get that. Mm. Eh. Eh. We're doing it. We're doing it. Damn. We lost it. bananas. Ah, shit. Now, was there a bonus area down here? I think so. Ugh, whatever. Manic Mincers. I don't. I don't know if I like this level very much. Yeah, I don't. I don't like this level. So let's go ahead and. How about I pass a little bit of extra time talking about some of the movies I watch. So since this is a monkey game, I'm sure people are fairly familiar. At least I would like to assume they are. I'm sure people are fairly familiar with Edgar Allan Poe's famous story, "The Murders in the Rue Morgue." It's the one story about the detective in France who's trying to solve a murder, and he examines the evidence and he comes to the conclusion that the perpetrator of the murder was actually an escaped ape that broke into a house and killed somebody. There's been quite a lot of Edgar Allan Poe's stories. There's been quite a few adaptations, film adaptations, and TV adaptations and stuff, radio as well. I believe we listened to one. We've listened to the Weird Circle episode of Murders in the Rue Morgue on the PsychWard radio show. But the two film versions that people are probably most familiar with are the 1932 version from Universal, which had Bela Lugosi in it, and the 1954. It was 1954. The 1954 version, was it from Paramount or Warner Brothers? Can't remember. But the 1954 one was called Phantom of the Rue Morgue. I would say that if you're looking for one that is a story that is fairly accurate to the tone and the events of Poe's actual story, Phantom of the Rue Morgue is much better at that. Phantom of the Rue Morgue is kind of an early 3D picture, and I believe the same people. It came out after House of Wax. House of Wax with Vincent Price, and it has a lot of the same style of cinematography, the same type of color, same kind of use of color, and it has the little tricks that they try to do to enhance the movie for people who are watching it in 3D. But it follows the events of Poe's story a lot better. And I'm sure people, even though it's kind of got a bit of that 50s camp to it, I'm sure there are a lot of people who would appreciate it a little more than the 1932 one, which has a completely separate, really, it has a very different story. And it kind of spoils the story from the beginning, like I just did. But I'm just assuming people have most people know the story already. So, but the 1932 version has Bela Lugosi's character playing a scientist who is a very bold scientist in shocking people by claiming that he can prove the theory of evolution. Which, of course, the story takes place in 1849, before the theory of evolution was really had become widespread. So, like, it has a little thing, a funny little thing going on with its plot like that. It's similar in that respect to the 1940s version of The Hunchback of Notre Dame with Charles Laughton. In that movie, they added a character to Victor Hugo's story who isn't really there in the original story, if I remember correctly, where the character is kind of this. It takes place in France, and the character is this sort of enlightened liberal kind of French, like this enlightened French liberal, and parts of the story are sort of a comment on I mean, Victor Hugo's novel was a comment on fanaticism, but it wasn't really very. It didn't indulge itself in much of the Enlightenment or post-Enlightenment kind of optimism, where it's like, oh, we are civilized now, where this, we're civilized and rational now, unlike our superstitious religious ancestors. And the 40s version of Hunchback of Notre Dame kind of has a bit of that vibe with that particular character. That character is the hero because, unlike other people around him, he's just he's enlightened by these new liberal ideas. And certain parts in the story seem to be in that particular adaptation seem to have a very sort of pro liberal, pro secular, pro rationalist kind of thing going on, which I don't really know if that was really Hugo's intention. But anyhow, the 1932 version of Murder in the Rue Morgue does a similar thing with the character, the main villain's obsession, that is Bela Lugosi's character, with his obsession with the theory of evolution, or what is in the story the crackpot theory of evolution. There we go. And so that these obsessions with the theory of evolution drive him to murder, which I don't know. I don't know if you could read it as I don't know if you could read it as saying somehow that in the same way that you read that version of the Hunchback that I was just talking about, because the fact that the villain is a sort of a mad scientist obsessed with proving the theory of evolution by any means necessary, and by means that are just themselves kind of totally irrational. Oh, there's the secret. You could say that it's an anti-evolution film, which would make sense since it's a 1930s American picture where it probably is trying to appeal to a demographic that would be hostile to that, hostile to any evolutionary theory that might be seen as anti-religious. But yeah, it has those kinds of things in it, which it makes it stand out, but it just feels a bit out of place because that's not the point of Poe's story. However, one thing I will say is that where the 1932 films outclasses the 1954 film, is in the visual department, the cinematography and everything, because it's definitely part of that. Like a lot of the early Universal pictures, at least the Universal horror pictures, there's definitely that strong influence of what you call it, German expressionism, um, and that has a lot to do with the cinematographer Karl Freund, who is an Austrian cinematographer who is part of a lot of that, I guess you could call it, what I would call it, the expressionist emigre, basically the Germans, the Hungarians, and the Austrian filmmakers and artists who migrated between the two world wars over to the United States and brought a lot of that expressionist and the German expressionist and the French impressionist aesthetics with them as they found work in the early American film industry. So that's one reason I would say that I still think, given that it's only like an hour, that despite its problems, the 1932 version of the Murder in Rue Morgue, that's one reason I would say it's still worth a watch. Just because I am a sucker for the early expressionist style, and when I try to do more original and experimental type of artwork, I try to channel a lot of the German expressionist, and American precisionist and abstract expressionist kind of stuff into the work that I try to do. Let's go ahead and reset. I've been kind of forgetting to follow my own handicap rule of resetting after every save, because that's what I was originally planning to do. Just because that's how you would play this game back then. You wouldn't all necessarily be always playing it in one go with save states and stuff. The Game Boy Advance version did add a normal save function, to where you could just save at any point. And then you might be wondering, well, what does Candy Kong do? Well, what Candy does in the Game Boy Advance game is she operates a mini game, a dancing mini game, and I will say that the Game Boy Advance version has that over any version. It has that over the Super Nintendo version. You don't have it has a little more content in some of the mini games, like Funky and Candy, and also even Funky as well also has. Oh, he jumps with you. Funky also has his own set of mini games. So the Game Boy Advance version technically has more content. Though in the GBA version of Donkey Kong Country, one of the mini games, the fishing mini game, was taken from taken from the Game Boy Color version of Donkey Kong Country. Because Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color also has a few mini games that can be accessed from the main menu. Candy also has some. I forgot what she does in the Game Boy Color version. I don't think she saves your game in that one either. So it's only in the original Super Nintendo version of the game that Candy helps you save your game, because she's not in the second game or the third one. again, there is a bit of a thing I would hold against Donkey Kong Country 2 in that you have to collect coins to pay for Funky to give you a ride in his plane, and you have to collect coins to pay Wrinkly Kong to let you save. They were really very fixated on that in the second game, doing this thing of locking basic functions behind basic functions that you had in the first game, just locking them behind digital paywalls. And I thought it was very stupid, because it is stupid, and that's why they didn't bring it back. That's why they toned it down in the third game, and decided to do something more creative with the coins, with the silver coins that you have to collect to buy stuff from the bears if you want to 100% the game. I believe there's a Mankey Kong here. Oop. Oh, bananas. Oh, and he comes out, and you gotta be careful with him. We're almost there. Almost there. So those crushes, I think, I don't know what they do. Wait a second. So there's the bonus. Yeah, you can't jump on him like the other one, and you can't roll on him, so you gotta use that. There we go. Yeah, here it is, the secret platform. Then you go up here. Stop playing Legend of Zelda and get in here. I swear. I set up the streaming, and I see people. I see you guys playing your own games. You're playing games instead of watching me play games, and that's not right. It's not how real gamers do it. Real gamers watch other people play games for them. Here. Ah, shit. I spelled the bad word again. Oh. Yeah, this is one of my favorite levels, even though the last part is a little tough. I'd have to remember which stages are my favorite in each world. Oop, oop, oop. Up. Go ahead and switch to... Oh, there we go. You can't, like, if you're on a slope and you press the select button, you have to get closer for it to register that you're switching your character. Hoop, hoop, hoop. So that's... I don't know if you noticed it, but at the beginning when they had one of those guys there, the whole point was, okay, we're gonna put this guy at the beginning with a barrel, precisely to show you that what you're supposed to do in this part. So that was a very, very good level design. I forgot the name of the guy that designed most of the levels. It wasn't Chris or Tim Stamper. They directed it, but that's one thing about video games you have to remember is that while there is a director who is in charge of managing the project and keeping things like making sure a lot of times they're the ones who are guiding the overall creative vision. A lot of the legwork is done by a lot of different other people who often don't get the credit. It's like how I was saying earlier about David Wise. You know, he's definitely a great composer, but he didn't work on this soundtrack all alone. Ah, shit. And the fact that people who might criticize the soundtrack in the third game are sometimes not aware that it was the same woman who was helping David Wise with this soundtrack and everything. I don't know. It's one of those things where I think people can sometimes forget that there's many different players and many different actors in a play. You know. Most games are not one-man shows. Alright, jump up. Get that. There you go. Donkey Kong's probably the most useful right here because he's got that arc to his throw. All right. What have you got to say, Cranky? Oh, Cranky, you dumb old crotchety bastard. Giving Manky Kong the ammo he needs to destroy us. It's just like you. Ow, ow, ow. He's got a point there. That might be a waste of frames. Just when you consider that they were all, I know, was it Greg Mails, who said that the backgrounds were the hardest thing to get into the game just because they were so large in terms of size. There was so much compression and so much retiling they had to do. And I wonder if maybe taking away some frames from Cranky's beard might have eased a little bit of that burden. I don't know. Alright, it's Necky's Revenge. The purple Necky. Him. And so what he does is he does that. He throws out nuts for every time he's hit. And the best way to take him out is to probably wait until he's right there. Beat this with Diddy. Ow. Well, there goes that plan. Alrighty. We're finally at Gangplank Galleon. That means we're at the final boss of the game. I'm going to take a should I just do it? I was thinking about taking a break. You know what? I'll just do it. No reason to have any further interruptions. Let's go ahead and get it done. First we're going to go ahead and we're going to go we're going to go ahead and first let's save, because it doesn't matter how many lives we get if we save. I forgot how many lives I had, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to reset it. Just in case I can't remember the lives I had. I think it might have been lower than 5, but this way we'll start out with 5. Then we'll go ahead and get some lives in Jungle Hijinks. Not too many, probably just like 2. The key to taking care of K. Rool is learning to duck. A lot of times in this game, you're not always using the duck function, so you aren't always going to have a very easy time with certain bosses or in certain levels if you're forgetting that you can do this. And it's funny because this function is not used quite as much as other things, but it becomes one of the key ways to deal with K. Rool. So we're going to go ahead and boop, boop. I wonder if I can do the same. Yeah, I wasn't able to do it. Can you do it? Oh, yeah, that does work. And there's some bananas. There you go. Oh yeah, that resets too when you start over. Jump. Now, off to the galleon. And here he is. The big man himself. So you just hit him right there. Oop. Doop. Now you can't roll into him. Don't try. Ugh. He does that. Oop. Ah, shit. It's really fun how this track starts off with the sort of pirate shanty kind of thing going on, and then it gets darker as the thing progresses. They really had the guys at Rare. They had really wanted to make the Kremlings pirates from the very beginning. The Kremlings were sort of recycled from a game that they were trying to make, but that they never did. That had like pirate gators in it, or pirate crocs and pirate gators and stuff. I forgot what the name of it was supposed to be, but then they never made it, and so they just recycled that idea for this game, and now the Kremlings are part of Nintendo lore forever. But that's why in the second game they had K. Rool come back as Captain K. Rool. It was like, okay, let's go ahead and just go with our original concept. And then in the third game, he thinks he's a mad scientist, or he takes on the role of a mad scientist. So that seemed to have been something they wanted to do originally. Was every game he'd think he was a different thing. He'd take on a different persona because he's crazy. But the later games decided to change that. So in all the other games he's appeared in, he's always King K. Rool. Coding, Claptrap, Characters Crusher. All the KKKs. Ha ha ha. The end. This freaked me out as a kid. I didn't like it. And here you go. See, he gets up. There you go. See? Oop. Ah, damn. Oop. Ah, shit. Oop. Oop. Up. Alley-oop. Up. I still remember how for years people wanted King K. Rool in Smash Brothers, and then he finally gets in. And, you know, it's just... there were so many people who would argue about that. Well, you know, why he should be in or why he shouldn't be in. But I can understand the arguments that people had for why he shouldn't, because, you know, most people only know him from the Donkey Kong Country games, and he doesn't really have, I mean, he has a personality, but he's not exactly, I guess there was just kind of a sense that he wasn't really on the level of somebody like Bowser at the time. And I feel like the animated series probably had a lot to do with endearing people to King K. Rool in addition to the games. Though also King K. Rool appears in other Donkey Kong games, like he has a very big role in Jungle Climber for DS, which is probably some of the most characterization he's ever had, and that is in King of Swing and in Jungle Climber. And so that I mean, a lot of the people who were saying that, you know, they were saying that he shouldn't be in Smash Brothers probably were only thinking of his country appearances, because that's for the most part what they played. And it wasn't really until the third game that he really even had much dialogue. I mean, it was mostly all like visual stuff. God. In 1 and 2, it was mostly a digital, not digital, sorry, visual storytelling as far as the game went. In the third game, they added dialogue pieces. There we go, we got it. And jump up. Boom. Alright, so the cannonballs are going to come down. They're going to come down. Oop. And they're going to come back this way. Oop. Jump, jump. Got him. Ah. Crud. Alright, get up. Ah. Get him. I don't feel like it's gonna take me too much longer to get this down. I think I've got it. Yep. Just got to keep Diddy into the second phase a little bit longer. Ah, fuck. All right. Doop, 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 doop. Fuck. That was close. Yeah, you have to always, when you're playing these games, you have to always sort of calculate in your mind, you know, you have to take into account that on average, most levels you're going to be taking at least one hit every time. And you will for a very long time until you've mastered everything, like to a T. So I'm just trying to keep Diddy for a couple phases longer. Or that is, keep at least one Kong. Or keep at least the extra Kong available until the later phases. And I've screwed up already. Ah. Come on. Over here. Gonna do it again. Alright. The window here is very tight. Jumps over there. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Alright. Got him. There. Got him. It's all about that crouch game. Well done, Donkey, my boy. Those Kremlings, those damn communist Kremlings. Those Kremlings and their communist monarchy. But to be honest, that sounds better than what we have right now. And there it is, the banana horde, and you can see they didn't account for my TV being this tall. All right, so that was Donkey Kong Country 1. Yeah, the easiest of the three, and thus the shortest of the three. It took us about, it took us about four hours. No, almost 5 hours actually. It's about it says 4:47 on there. Yeah, not one of my best runs, but we did it, and that's what's important. It looks like, honestly, what is it? It's like 11 now, isn't it? Yeah. Looks like I'm not going to really have any time tonight to 100% to get the 101%. But if anyone really wants, I I'm still kind of trying to figure out what I want to stream uh, next, maybe next Sunday. So if I don't come up with anything, maybe, or if there's enough extra time, maybe next Sunday, or maybe even on Friday, depending on what I'm doing then. Uh, uh, I might go ahead and just do one last stream to uh, find all the bonus rooms. Uh, but uh, but yeah, the whole thing I'm trying to do here is I want the game lounge live things to be more raw and a bit uncut. So I'm going to leave this. I'm going to probably leave this stream, the archive, unlisted for a while, and as long until I figure out what I want to do with it. I'm not going to do. I have another project for that, but I'm not going to do what I was doing before, where I'm cutting it up into parts. That's just not. I'm not going to do that. I'll save that for the other project I'm working on with Voodoo and them. So I'll probably just download this, take the archive, do a few minor edits here and there, and then just upload it as like a whole, like one whole 4 or 5 hour thing. And if I decide to do that, I'll probably have it up by Tuesday, because that's when I'm going to be posting something else on this channel that I think people will get a kick out of. So it'll be a nice balance with the shorter projects and just the big archive. But yeah, I just would like to thank anyone who stuck around for this long, and even if you didn't stick around, even if you got bored and left, thank you for showing up even for a little while. I do really appreciate it, and I hope that going forward, I'll be able to do more fun and entertaining things with more of my PsychWard buddies. But yeah, as always, if anyone is watching this either live or in the archive, feel free to check out the links in the description. You can follow me on Twitter on my main account, where I mostly just post about my random interests and hobbies, as well as some of my political and religious sort of hot takes on things around me. You can also join the Discord server. It's open to everybody as long as you follow the rules. You can also follow me on my various alt accounts too. My Twitter for my music, my Twitter for the Game Lounge. You can follow either one of those. Just it's you have an a la carte of references. If you feel like following me here or anywhere else, you can check out my main channel. Of course, there's going to be stuff coming out on that in the next week. I'll probably be doing a stream on there very soon too. Not going to say what though. But yeah, I have stuff planned for that. So check those out too. Anyhow, I'm going to go ahead and get going. I'm going to be up for a little while longer, so you guys can go ahead and talk to me on Twitter or on Discord or whatever. But yeah, go ahead and shut it off. I'm not sure. I haven't really come up with a good catchphrase to send off these streams. I'll think of something. But until I do, I'll see you later and have a good one.